Guess I'll buy some puts. Ha ha ha. What's up, Secure? Why do they let the carry trade do this? I don't think they have much of a choice. I 1DT strangled and needed a 1.6% printed 500. Nice. Since everyone's bearish in here, will we trade flat today? There's a distinct possibility. Liquidity, the downside's pretty low here, especially under 53.50. So we're probably going to need a little bit of repositioning. As that happens, we might trade flat. We might bounce back. I would probably look towards like 53.75 and 54.25 for a reversal signal. But let's see what happens at 50 first, because we may just get a lot of out of the money puts coming in. It's a distinct possibility. Looks like we're getting some already. Pretty decent ramp building out to 5,300. What's up, Kendra? What was I gonna do? There was something I had to do that was important. Oh, I've got someone here fixing the stove. So I might be in and out a little bit for like the next hour. Fucking Kirk, this is getting scary. You mean the economy falling apart? Are we stagflating? Not until GDP goes down and inflation goes up. I'm holding on to 8 DT INTC Strangle right now. How low do you think Intel can go? 19, 16? I mean, it's actually hard to say. The options chain would have indicated a low somewhere. I actually didn't look last night, so let me take another gander because we have data now. Ooh, gross. It's already below 24, right? I mean, it's just free falling at this point. I would say it could get down to about like 13, 15, 13. On the option side of things. But most of this isn't being driven by exposures. This is like selling of the underlying, right? I wanted my puts to print, but not like this. What do you mean? Are you trying to get the just don't dance speech out of me? Because dance. We can dance if we want to. All right. We can leave your friends behind because your friends don't dance, and if they don't dance, well, they're no friends of mine. Gherkin, I'm excited, and I need you to hold my wife. As a poet, as original as Microsoft Copilot. Nice, man. Well done. Looks like it did. The guilty feet have gotten a rhythm, but it's easy to pretend. I'm just watching this thing drop big. Well, it might bounce. Tested 53, 55. And Q looks like maybe a move up to VWAP. IWM is getting a little bit of a bounce. I got out of my Fubo CCs profitably. Nice. So I stopped on my spy puts because I was too busy mewing. Interesting. How's that working? Oh, so much shit to manage. God damn, what a fucking mess. I need to hire someone. I'm gonna get back over to 10 because that's kind of important. Is Intel doing a toss? Do you think getting a drop on it when it finds a bottom is a decent drip on it? That's not, how are you going to drip? It's got no dividend. What, 500%? Is this a margin call? For someone else, maybe. We're still shorting vol in September really hard. My pooties are down 15% on this small bounce. And VIX dropped like, what, 5% from the high? It's not that unreasonable. I had half a margin call this week. Not fun. A warning. I got signed on some like sold calls on Meta at earnings. Worked out though. One second. Now careless whispers stuck in my head. This is all because of the JPOW song 2 days ago. What happened to SPX 6000? What the fuck videos? Bears are dead. Fuck the Bears. Get wrecked, Bears. I don't forget the things you said. When do you take off your shirt? Grim 2, I've finally joined the ranks of people who called a market crash a year in advance and a collapse of the economy. I can't just take my shirt off willy-nilly now. Otherwise, I'll turn into Burry. T just keeps rolling along. Like, what? I know. Historically, stagflation is great for oil. Well, prices. Ooh, rough. Rejected right off at 80 there. You tell the market to chill. I'm not ready for it to crash. I get my degen bonus. I want to buy fun puts later this month. Kind of went full bull after FOMC and cut my near dated puts. Regrets. Bulls suck and JPow's a cuck. YouTube didn't let me send this. That's what Ko-Fi is for, Castellosaurus. Anyway, yeah, he is. And they do. But, you know, here we are. Quite a lot of resistance to the upside at 75. I wonder if QQQ is going to get back to 413. Twat Waffle, thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornershine, guys. Twat Waffle, a shout out for hooking you up. IWM 0.5 puts expiring today at 220 for the win. Thanks, Gorg. You're the man. You're welcome, boys. Nice job, dude. That's awesome. So because JPow effectively cut rates without cutting rates, we get inflation now. Then he raises rates to cool inflation, and we get bank failures and a recession. We're probably going to get a recession either way, right? Because all of our growth is driven by deficit spending. The mistake JPow made was freezing rates when he should have still been raising them back in 2023. And then at the end of 2023, in order to save the banks, handing over the reins of monetary policy to the Treasury. Not that the Fed was really doing anything about monetary policy prior to that, but then they were doing even less. Fuck the Joby play. I exited on Monday for break even since my time risk was hit. They're sold calls. You can just keep rolling them forever. I sold them in the money. I mean, it's just so easy. Boom. I'm gonna get some of the pores too. Look at me go. Ah, fair enough. Tom Lee deleted one of his buy IWM tweets. Oh, that's awkward. I wonder if he'll unblock me and let me explain the carry trade to him again. Twenty-one, 21, 21, 21 Savage. Nice, Nick. How's your morning going? Tom Lee was all about that 2 weeks ago. Yeah, he was telling everyone like SPX to, what was it, like 6,200 or something. Then he was telling everybody IWM to, or up another 20%, right? I'm poor as fuck and I can't afford these premiums. You know, I would say that's what futures are for. But I would never want to see you over leveraged like that into futures. I've seen the way you trade. There's not an ICU on the planet that could save me from that. I can just imagine the DM. He'd be like, hey, Gherk. And then I go look. And you're exposed to like a $7,000 loss per tick. Hey, Gherk, I made 3 million. 5 minutes later, hey, Gherk, I lost it all. Those are the best days. Sometimes I go to sleep and I try to imagine what life would be like if every profit ever had just been realized at peak profitability. Uh, IWM's really being a piece of shit here. How's our support? Not great. But we might move up again. The worst agent in history is making and losing 30K on Beyond in 24 hours. I remember that. Do you still play GME options? And is Max Payne useless now? Max Payne's always been pretty useless. It's an aggregate measure of, where the market maker is positioned from an OI standpoint at that specific moment in time. So it's useless for a number of reasons. One, it doesn't factor any of the other weightings into its assessment, right? It's just the middle of positioning. Um, so it's not factoring all the Greeks and stuff in or anything like that. And the second it doesn't update, and those things change very rapidly day to day. So it's like the crudest delta neutral you can calculate. Well, it's not even delta neutral, right? That's the problem with it. And it only factors in the expiration you're looking at. So it's really absolutely shit. It's really fun to say though, I guess. Huh. That's not a very strong start for the Bulls. And we are getting more and more out of the money put interest. Yeah, if we slip 50, this is going to get pretty ugly. Selling my poor call to death. PAX buying opportunity? I was going to wait for the dividend, but I have my drip turned on. Yeah, I don't think they did that badly. All things considered. It'd definitely be affected by market conditions though. So that's probably something to be at least moderately concerned with. Ew. Dole's still up on the day. Del Monte posts 112 versus estimate of 0.6. All right. Is buying a call to protect against an upside move less effective due to IV crush? Is there a better way? I can't sell short puts calls Canadian. Can you open debit spreads or no? Like verticals? Verticals are the answer to reducing your volatility costs. So we just slapped their hog on the 5450 Cs. Ugh. Wonder if that's a spread. Hmm. They did that. Oh no. That's a Head and Shoulders. Lots of weird restrictions in the account type I have. Are you trading in like a retirement account? Are you gonna ever reprise your role as Turtle on Entourage? Bring back the fitted backwards hat. I want to. But then I'd have to write VWAP on the back of my hat, which would be weird. Also, my eyes would be unshielded from the spotlights that are on me all day. The yield spreads in the short term 3-6 month between us and Japan started moving down a lot. We don't even get that to this extent during the 2023 dump. Based off history, this is the real dump. Yeah. Ooh, we lost 50. Alert. I think the next actual support's at 5,300. Mm, anything between there and here? Maybe like 53.25. Although, that's not very significant. Do you have any day trades? Ooh, September puts are killing it. Fuck. That's rough. QQQ gonna drop back to 17.3. Be cool if it did it today. Big sit 22. Yeah, 25 is not a huge support here. Might get a little bit, but I don't think it's that relevant yet. So not very supportive. Carvana's back at 135. Ooh. Give me my day trades back, you piece of shit. We lost 53.25. Starting to open up a pretty good path down to, well, 5,300. What can I buy so I can retire early? That sounds like a great way to lose money. Is there anything under 5,300? Not a lot of liquidity. Could be a problem. I wonder if the MM is selling the flat tape here. Gotta be pretty close, right? Oh yeah, yeah, under 5,350. Is the market about to crash? VIX 24 is insane. It's not even that crazy, actually, but I mean, it's going down. I rebought some of my September 45.50 puts yesterday, and they're up $15 a contract. Oh, did we find a bounce? No. Just kill it. There we go. Silly bulls. Come on. It's like 18 more dollars. You know what's amazing is we kind of gapped that prior gap again. Remember that one I was looking for us to cross? It's been double gapped. Did I get stopped out? Eh, that was fun. QQQ's got a little bit of support at 205, but then back below that back to 200 or lower. What are you doing with your Zom shares? Nothing? Isn't Zom doing good today? Yeah. Look. Moving back up. Doesn't seem to give a shit about the price of oil. But nothing. Like the sold puts or the sold calls I'm not gonna do anything with. Dumping it if we lose 5,300? Eh. As long as it holds up. Earnings was good today. I've got a little bit of IV crush on the in the money sold calls, so I can always buy those back if we break 120. I'll sell more if we drop under 115. Well, I guess like 113. If we fail this trend doesn't matter anymore. Regain 18.5. Jesus. VIX at 25. Oof. We lose 53.34. Next stop 5,200. And then like after that, like 49.60. Like bottom of the April correction. Which would be about 13%. Bull's gonna let this happen? Do you think they have a fucking... You gonna sell puts at VIX 25? Because let me tell you, no one else is. 10-2 uninverted. Yep. Since this morning. Game over. Oh, is it though? Triple margin call, do you think? I mean, if VIX closes around here today, that's gotta be just they've gotta just be fucked, right? I mean, they've been pulling back exposure for a couple weeks now, but I mean, there's definitely some that are still very exposed. Look at the fucking move in correlation today. Still got a little way to go. That's a vertical line. Yeah. What I'm waiting on now is for the Fed to emergency cut rates and actually crash the market. JPA's definitely having a meeting right now. If no one's selling puts down here, where's the stability coming from? There's not a lot of liquidity down here. I mean, that's kind of how like markets crash, right? They move through the liquidity and then they bounce and they get more, right? 1 second. Sorry, I had a thing that I had to take. So yeah, I'm just been a little busy with getting the company set up, and then I'm trying to get the house sold. So I know I've been a little flaky lately, but that should be over soon. How's the liquidity on Fubo looking these days? Terrible, actually. Fubo is super illiquid. Actually, the most illiquid it's been since like 2021. Which is impressive considering all the share offerings since then. I know you'll come back when you go out for a vape and whiskey. It's just been hectic. Like we want to get the platform like launched around August OPEX, and it's been crazy trying to get everything coalesced into that one point in time. Don't you ever take the blame for anything, and don't apologize. You're not Canadian. How dare you use my own advice against me? VIX is over 28. We're going for a black swan dive. VIX is almost at 30. Apple's gonna follow the market eventually, right? Uh, eventually. But the floor is lava. A good day to average down how leaps. Um, hmm, I did want to get some yesterday, but I haven't looked at it today. It fell a little lower than I wanted it to, so I might wait till the trend test, which is around 30 down here. I'm not sure I like that trend test if it occurs, but yeah. Did that pump just get stuffed? Well, most of them are probably going to get stuffed. We'll need broad capitulation probably in order to like profit taking a serious amount of it in order to get a reversal. I mean, total market maker exposure here is around negative 50 billion. 51 billion. Yield curves, high VIX, Somroll. All we need is a rushed rate cut, and we'll have all the recession infinity stones. Yep, that's right. How does VIX react on the upside, on those upside moves during a crash? Does it crush or stay elevated? You get crush. Not as much as you would think, but you do get crush. Did the pump get stuffed? It'd be difficult for the Fed to pull off another 2020 style liquidity injection. Impossible, I think. Andrew Dodd, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. VIX could potentially, or Intel could potentially drop to like 13 or 15, 13. I mean, it's well beyond the options interest at this point. So it's really just people selling it, right? They cut the dividend, so people selling out's going to be kind of expected. Have I told you lately that I love you? It's been a couple days, but thank you, Huckleberry. Ben's idea is that we grow our way out of debt as a percentage, but all of our growth is funded by deficit spending. So that's going to be difficult. If we reverse, how far could we swing up? My initial target would be like 25, break of 25, 50 to 75. But things don't get really bullish unless we get above 54.25. Like that's when the negative gamma starts to fall off. Bouncing from here to 25 is kind of still in the bearish range. They could, and ignite inflation and a downgrade. Yep. Yeah, there's a very real risk that any rate cut will lead to a downgrade and have the inverse effect. Negative 50 billion. That is what Monster is worth. Are you talking about the energy drink company? Don't short coffee in a recession. Monday has ISM services PMI, but the rest of the week's light on data. Does that provide an opportunity to stabilize, reverse this down? Okay, and I'm gonna say the same thing that I said to somebody who asked me about non-farms last night. What ISM services print is bullish? Inflation down isn't good for tech, right? All of their forward earnings are priced for, fucking like 5% inflation. And even if NQ pulls all the way back to, let's say 14, right? Like like all of the gains from this year are lost, right? We've pulled back to October 23. It'd still be up fucking 34% from where it was in 2022. In a situation where economic conditions are arguably worse. Like NQ went up 100% in a year and a half. Imagine what our economy and wealth would look like if we hit the COVID crash low. Let me put that into perspective. That's 64% drop from here. And that's like kind of a reasonable long-term valuation. That's not even that bad. Like SPX at like a PE of 13, 16 with a possible recession on the table. Why not? We may not be there yet. I mean, I know vol's rising and everything's looking really bad. But it may still take some time for this to all fall apart. I think what's important here is that it started to fall apart. Yeah, 50, 60% in an actual crash is not unreasonable. The AI that needs more energy than a small city and can't do math is going to change the world. I mean, it will, right? It'll accelerate global warming. So, what makes the difference between a slow grind down of unwinding versus a market crash of 10 to 20% in a day? Persistently negative news. I mean, look at how the .com bubble broke down, right? It didn't break down all in one go. It was a series. It was a series of lowered expectations over time. Now it had some insane drops, right? But they actually took a while to play out. And most of the crash, like most of the pump, occurred in like the Nasdaq 100, right? Unemployment changes are also non-linear, so it's probably just going to keep rising. Yeah, generally once unemployment spikes, it keeps going up for a while. Like it gets way worse. The unemployment has a really big psychological effect on small businesses too, right? They see unemployment rising and they're like, "Oh, I should be cutting employees and getting prepared for this," right? And it's actually not that they need to necessarily, but it's the fact that they all go to do that at once that makes the situation so much worse. How would we effectively play this in the long term to capture the most profits and not expose us to too much risk? Well, I'm long yen, short Nikkei, have been for a long time, right? Um Obviously that position insulates me against a lot of this. Um Shorting the dollar. which could just also mean longing other foreign currencies, right? Maybe where economic conditions are more stable, you could start to look to emerging markets that would benefit greatly from a lower dollar. I'm long bonds, right? I've been long bonds for, well, since like Jan of this year, right? I piled back in once yields started to rise again. Um, long bond funds. I'm long gold. I'm long oil, commodities, copper, uranium. It's almost like I've been giving you guys all of this shit for a year and a half. Things like AT&T that benefit massively from lower rates, AQN, UGI, PAX. Yeah. 2 years? Give yourself more credit. All right, fine. 2 years. That's true. I know you're at all of these things. I know. So, I mean, like, what did you think I was getting them for? I mean, there's no way to degenerate invest without significant risk. Have you guys looked at AT&T? It's killing it. It's still up like 2% on the week. Gold dumpies? It just pulled back a little. Not if dollar keeps declining, right? Ooh, my September puts are going wild. $28 now? What the fuck? They want you to sell those. They're at 45.50. Why would I? Oh, I gotta show Dork. Since up so much, do you use trailing stops? I have some stops, yeah. Not trailing, I'm just moving them up. Shirt delete? Man, this is actually getting spicy. This is awesome. Hmm. Wonder if volatility will ever stop just going straight the fuck up. Oh, we're pricing in a market crash now. $100 of cuts. This is till January. So we're now pricing in 0.96 rate cuts, points of rate cuts by Jan. I'm guessing they're pricing in 0.5 for September. Bonds are squeezing. Forward yield on volatility is now 31.84%. Yeah, it's fun. It could definitely drop more. Commodities will usually bottom with the market or close to it, and then rise from there. So careful. If it's a good price, I mean, you could DCA a little bit, or a good price for you. You could DCA a little bit, but careful with it. I remember you said the bear rally could be really intense. They can happen intraday. They can happen every day. They can happen every other day. But they can be extraordinarily intense. I don't think we're quite at that point yet, right? Like we're getting there very quickly, but I don't think we're quite there. Is JPEG gonna give the juice caboose just the tip? He's gonna fuck her over pretty hard if he cuts rates. It would be dope if today became the new Black Friday. It's not impossible. VIX is up 57% today. Or it's not a small move. Do you guys see correlation just going wild? Look at this. All you had to do was buy puts back here. It's like I showed you guys this shit every day for how many months? Since November? Look, I'm only here to see your shirt off. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I'm here to make millionaires, Grim, too, and it's not working. Joke's on you. I have no idea what it means. What's stopping us from full-on crashing right now? Nothing. What do you look for in a position to gauge momentum to the downside in a situation like this? I mean, liquidity, because it's kind of hard for us to drop, but we may just get selling in the underlying soon, and then it won't matter, right? If hedge funds start dumping their core positions, everything just falls apart. Buying puts when it went positive? When it went positive 5 weeks ago. Even if you waited and confirmed that it was getting rapidly more positive 2 weeks ago. I made 100K from my puts this week. That's awesome. Nice. What do you look for in positions to take off your shirt? Oh, God. Hard to buy puts at these IV levels. I just feel like I'm stuck in cash. I mean, you can get debit spreads. That reduces the volatility cost, right? And then you're just targeting ranges. Yeah, I mean, it's tough, but it's definitely not impossible. Isn't it a little late for long bond funds? Yeah, they're definitely worse now. I mean, it's too late for everything, right? That's why, technically, that's why. Why do you think I stayed bearish for fucking a year and a half, despite the market ripping 30%? Gonna hear I told you so till end of day. I'm not gonna be that bad. But it's gonna be probably until the end of the quarter. Once I start selling the video, it's all over. Yeah, we still have a little bit of time on that. And that might be the saving grace here. Say it, Kirk. Say the line. It's not time yet. How is staying over 5,300? There's not a lot of liquidity below us. Also, people probably don't want this to fall to the next CTA trigger because that's like a $200 billion sell-off. It's not insufferable, otherwise nobody would be here. The smugness is deserved. Can they really stop it, though? Maybe not. The price isn't even changing, and Vol's going down, and my SPX September puts are still going up. It's almost like there's a lot of demand for them. Hmm. You know what's actually weird about this is the rallies so far. I mean, today I would have expected something stronger off of the initial tests near 300. That doesn't really seem to be happening. The first leg down of this continuation may be quite one-sided. I didn't know that, Maeve. We're at a reversal level here. 25 to the upside would be a signal, but it doesn't confirm until 54.25, which is $125 out of the money. What's the downside target? 4,200, where it all began. I'd like to see the S&P back at around 28. I think that's reasonable and good. Probably won't happen, but it deserves to. You called it, Gherk? BTC down 3K in about an hour. Yeah, it's such a great investment. 2,800. Jesus Christ. Not 20. I mean, 28 would be cool, but it's... I don't want to have to go live with Bob and his guns. I doubt it goes below 34. It's very unlikely that it would. As a matter of fact, it's probably pretty unlikely that we could go below 46. But if we do go below 46, we can absolutely go to 28 or lower. What would the benefits of a rate cut be now? Oh, there aren't any. Panic. Assuaging panic. It won't work, but... below 4,600, the MM will start buying short-dated puts. in order to hedge pretty much all scenarios. And so the will drive the market down from that point until nobody attempts to provide liquidity again. If people try to reverse that, the will sell into it. If people try to short it, the will sell into it. If people try to sit neutral, the will keep selling. Why would we not go below it? It's not that we can't, it's just highly unlikely to happen. My port big green, why? Only took a recession, apparently. Has that actually happened before 08? I mean, it happened during the COVID crash. S&P approaching the all-important medium-term CTA sell trigger. If we hit that, goodbye. Do you know what that is, Gherk? 5264. $4,600 is still a ridiculous valuation. It really is, yeah. If we keep selling off from there, that's when this correction becomes a crash, right? There's no stopping the sell-off anymore at that point. What are the chances that institutions double down on shorting vol now that VIX is so high? But the forward convexity of VIX is still rising. Why would I mean, shorting vol right now is like begging to have your fund blown up. Like SPX is rising and VIX pulled back from 30, and long dated puts are still going up, like rapidly. They're not. It's not even slowing down a little bit. The odds of 10x on YouTube, crash has already begun. There's always ways to get exposure, right? And when shit starts to get really wild, if it does, right? And we start getting like intraday mean reversion on profit taking. So like as short positions start, and we've talked about this a bunch, right? Short positions, they start with Vega, then they move to Delta, and then Gamma, right? When short positions start to move into Gamma, like majority Gamma positions, right? 0 DTs, 1 DT. When bears are buying puts the way bulls bought calls on the way up, you will start to get days that, you get like 3% down, and then you get like 4% up, and then like 5% down in the same day. I mean, during the COVID crash, there were days where I bought like 100 wide spreads, or like 100 wide strangles, 100 points out of the money, and they both printed. Everyone gets rich on options. No, they're still expensive and hard to hold, right? But you can do things like get out of the money debit spreads, right? And this trims your exposure to volatility. Cheaper because you sell vol at almost a proportionate ratio, right? And so you know, you can get like say things were starting to get crazy around here, which they're not, but I'm going to use these price levels as an example, right? We know things get bullish above 54.25, right? Things get really bearish around like 5265, right? And so you could open like a 5265, and you could open like a 5375.25, right? And you know, as the market oscillates between those points, you can close those positions. But if the market just slams down, you know, or slams up, you cover the cost of the other position, right? So if you were to like build that right now at current prices, let's say we go out, oh, that's the wrong asset. So say like that $50 one to the upside for, let's say OPEX, all right? That's like $21, right? Whereas, you know, the just the call option at 375 is $68. And yeah, the most you can make off of that is 5,000, right? But you also have, you know, the put side of it, which, let's see, that would be 65, right? So that'd be like $17. And if you can make money off of both of those, right? If they both go in the money sufficiently, you're set, right? And you don't have to go that crazy. Um, like you can, for like zero DTEs, we'll probably get to a point where you can really only sell or buy debit spreads, right? Because the price of the at the money options is going to get so high. Like these are at 20 right now, which is insane, but they can get to like 60 for like an at the money contract. Yeah, you'd get like an inverse condor. And that's like the next step past strangling overnight, right? Because the strangles get too expensive. Do it on option strat? Yeah, sure. I could do that. So say you thought we were gonna go 250. 350 from spot. And the further out you sell the or open this, it doesn't get very much more expensive, right? So you can kind of do it like that, and then, you know, you make profit here and profit there. Obviously the max profit sucks, but you know, if it moves in a single direction, you still make money, just not very much. And then, but if you get both, right? Because if you close one, right, exclude this, you know, you can make, let's say it was even in 2 days, right? You know, you could make as much as like, it drops to 250. That's 250 right there. Hold on. So you can make like 26%, and then, you know, when it swings back the other way, with a little bit more theta past, and then, you know, you could capture that bounce, right? You can make like another 23% on your total debit, right? So that's like 50%, which is still really good. I mean, it's equivalent returns to what you'd be getting off strangles if they were priced more fairly. It becomes a little harder. I did not expect to get here and everyone to be so chill. Regards, Geeky. You're naked. So 5700's off the table for the next year. It's not looking like it's going to come back. Is that vol convexity chart proprietary? Yes. Me and Dork made it. Someone could make it. It's just tough. Does it make sense to trade futures at a certain point if options get too pricey? Yeah, it does. Although futures are in a crash situation are scary as fuck. And carry significantly more risk and higher margin requirements. Like CME is gonna price the intraday requirements way the fuck up. So it might be better, but it's gonna be very dangerous. Zanga Kai, give Brett a shout out for hooking you up, and welcome to Cornishon. How does this affect long-term pickles picks? Will those be adjusted or all bets off now? I mean, most of my long-term picks are pretty defensive, right? If I get good deals on them, I might add to some of them. See that pain Gherkin had in his face when he explained feuds in a in a crash? It's... I wouldn't recommend it. Is this gonna bounce before we break 5,300? Eh. Hasn't. The longer we chop here, I would say the better the chance we get a small bounce, but it doesn't look like anybody's really really giving up. Guitar stuff, thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornishon, guys. What are we supposed to trade when it gets too expensive? You can trade SPY or QQQ or IWM. You can move down to, you can trade like TQQQ, SQQQ, SPXL, XPSX, minis. What about something deep in the money credit spreads and just cash settle? You could do that. Hard to see. Oh, sorry. Here, I'll give you. Here's the position. And then you can just screenshot that or something and then fuck with it yourself. Plex, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Oh, I'm waiting for this moment. Now I can smile with my gold grill while the market crashes. Wait, did you buy a gold grill? You didn't even tell me. I'm still short TQQQ. You'll sound like substance misusers finding out no more fentanyl. What next? Everyone's used to like add the money options being $2. Just rewind it. VIX goes down if we bounce. Probably quickly. VIX gets volatile, ironically. Probably has something to do with it measuring volatility. It's not going to go from like 28 immediately to 12 or anything, but I mean, it's going to have. It's going to do stuff. Love you, Gherk. 6 more days of watching the market from Korea. They probably have better internet. At what VIX level would you consider opting for inverse condors instead of strangles? I probably never would. For the love of God, acknowledge J-Bone. Carvana below 140. Time to get back into puts. Yeah. You could do that. Weaker under 140, and a lot weaker under 135. So it's up to you. You could wait to confirm if you want to. Possible the Fed raises rates? If they want to blow up mutual funds, maybe.
I doubt it. I don't think he really has that option right now. They might after a cut if inflation moves up. How do you think EPAM can perform through all this? I already sold all mine. Maybe not too badly, but not worth the risk. And you can't sell in the money covered calls on it because it's not liquid enough. Inflation can't move up if everybody's fucking broke. But the government's still pumping money into the economy. Another 1.2 trillion before the end of the year, right? Yellen promised. 25's like a bull confirm. It could fail, yeah. But if it does cross 25, be wary. Where could that take us? Mm, 50. Some of the in the money puts took profit already on the drop, so a break of 50 is pretty bullish. But there's some resistance at 40 and 50. And 25, obviously. We could fail 25 and fall right back down again. Oh, look, we bounced right off that line I drew. Huh. I missed by like a tick. Failure. Is it weird that right at this moment the Three Doors Down song Loser is playing in my mind? I want to listen to that. Stop being so perfect. I can't. $180 likes. What the fuck, people? Close the chat and like the stream. Can you play the FOMC song you made? Yes. You mean the one denouncing JPAT? But it's so sad.
In a town where trains pass slowly, I sip my coffee dark and strong. Prices rising with the sunrise. Each day's harder, feels so wrong. Jerome Powell, you're no hero, not the man we thought you'd be. You're just a shadow of Volcker, Arthur Burns in our memory. I see the shuttered storefronts, places my granddaddy built. Folks are pinching pennies, dreams erode under the silt. You promised us salvation, but your silence digs our grave. Jerome Powell, where's the justice? Our homes we couldn't save. Jerome Powell, it's the path you chose to take. We're aching from inflation while you gamble on our fates. You'll never be a Volcker, your legacy will fade. Jerome Powell, we're all stuck in the mess mess you made. Families gather around the table, stretching meals that are too small. Mama's crying in the...
Oh no. Fuck. Sorry. End of the bear range. That wasn't the end of the song. I just accidentally ended it. I'll just start it over.
In a town where trains pass slowly, I sip my coffee dark and strong. Prices rising with the sunrise. Each day's harder, feels so wrong. Jerome Powell, you're no hero, not the man we thought you'd be. You're just a shadow of Volker Arthur Burns in our memory. I see the shuttered storefronts, places my granddaddy built. Folks are pinching pennies, dreams erode under the silt. You promised us salvation, but your silence digs our grave. Jerome Powell, where's the justice? Our homes we couldn't save. Jerome Powell, it's the path you chose to take. We're aching from inflation while you gamble on our fates. You'll never be a Volker, your legacy will fade. Jerome Powell, we're all stuck in the mess you made. Families gather around the table, stretching meals that are too small. Mama's crying in the kitchen, hearing every child's call. You could have changed the story, eased the burden and the strain. Jerome Powell, we're all stuck in the mess you made. I remember when it all started, promises of skies so blue. Now we're walking in the shadows, wondering what you're gonna do. Every speech you mumble just leaves us in despair. Jerome Powell, we are waiting, but it seems you don't care. The echoes of your silence scream louder than your words. We're drowning in this struggle while your hope flies like the birds. You could have been our savior, but now we wear the chains. Jerome Powell, just a cautionary tale of a leader who refrains. Of your silence scream louder than your words. We're drowning in this struggle while your hope flies like the birds. You could have been our savior, but now we wear the chains. Jerome Powell, just a cautionary tale of a leader who refrains.
Woo. I'm straight addicted to Soto now. I wrote that. Well, the lyrics. Because the lyrics Soto writes are fucking stupid. They say dumb shit like getting cut by rain. Doesn't make any sense. You guys could be what finance what creed is to religion. This just hits so hard. Move stops, take profits, buy shelf stable canned goods. Let's fucking go. Is the album name Recession? Yeah. This is what a green perk. Shelf stable canned goods? No. Oh, don't you dare reject it, VWAP, you piece of shit. Did you say calls on Campbell's? I wonder how scared people really are. How's my Campbell's soup doing? Ooh. Up. Damn, I haven't even looked at this. It's up like fucking $5 over the last couple of weeks. Nice. Good. What do you think about Buffett selling BAC for 12 days straight? I said their balance sheet sucked. So I've been handing these VIX calls. Better hope it turns around. What would be the equivalent of SPX puts cost-wise? SPXL is too expensive. SQQQ puts? You want to go long the index, right? That's what you're trying to do. 10-2 reinverted? Really? That was fast. Oh shit. Did something happen? JP Morgan forecasts half-point Fed rate cut in September and November. Forecasting 125 in Fed rate cuts after this year's job data. Saxon's third quarter point Fed cut to the 2024 forecast. Citi predicts half a point Fed rate. Oh, all the banks are trying to save their short vol positions. Oh, holy fuck, durable goods was terrible. Durable goods got revised to negative 6.7. And core durable got revised to 0.4. They're going and revising all the data, guys. Fear is in the air. Someone go to the Wall Street Bull with a bullhorn. Yeah, U.S. payrolls dropped to 97K this morning. Ouch. Hmm. What does the 10-2 reinverting mean? Maybe not much. We'll see if it persists. It's just a little bit. Call or put territory. I mean, slightly calls. We already broke out above 25. So the next logical test for a rejection would be like 50. I'm getting a little breakdown in dispersion. Not a big one, but a little. Forward yield on vol slumped with the reinversion of the 10 and the 2. We'll see if they can keep pushing this. Might not be able to. But if they can trigger profit taking on the put side, on the 0 DTE puts, we can get a pretty decent bounce. Are we able to find that song in the Discord? Yeah, it's in the announcements channel. Go back up to opening? We need to get above 53.50 to even have a shot at that. Or, hold on. What did we? I don't know what we opened at. 53.75. Yeah, that's possible. Trim realized vol. For September? They're like 360. They're not pricing up proportional to the move. These are all short. That's why. And people are shorting it. So they're shorting the delta. Which is why the delta is so fucked. Like, look, $21, $22 is like where delta's at 0.5. No, the options on VIX have been mispriced forever. Are we getting a failure? We got a small rejection, but it looks like it's recovering. We haven't fallen back below 53.25 here, which I think is bullish. I mean, the first bullish signal was the breakout at 25, right? Back here. Figure ES, NQ, VWAP breakout would be the next level to watch for. And then mean reversion after that, which is like up there. They're still fighting back. I think this is just largely profit taking. I don't think anyone's fighting back much here. But there's some in the money put profit taking. Now, all of that put positioning can just reposition to the downside and open up another leg down. But this is, I mean, get used to this now, because, I mean, this only gets more violent, right? Let me show you guys something so you have an idea of what you can expect. This is like the first 3 weeks of the COVID crash on the 1 hour. So we dropped 12% and then bounced back 9 before then dropping 13. Oh god, I can't even do a milestone chat right today. I don't think we're officially in a crash yet. We're not even below delta neutral on the monthly. Again, 53.75 was the next level I was watching. The next one I'm interested in is 52.64. Below 52.64, 51.50. But you're going to get ups and downs. I see a gap down on all of those. So full port bear puts at close every day. Got it? No, not all of them. Some of them, though. Small caps don't do well in a recession, even if there are rate cuts. But you're gonna say something boring like strangle and hedge here, aren't you? You used to be cool. Well, I used to be cool, but then you guys kept losing money. So now I just keep my degenerate shit to myself. Yeah, sure. I could have, been like, I'm gonna load up on September 45.50s again when they were $5 yesterday. But I've learned better because you guys wouldn't have sold them at 30. We promise we won't degen this time. Promise. Next comment. Haha, you know me so well. That's just gatekeeping? No, it's not. You've got to learn to follow the rules before you can break them smooth. And in your instance, I would say that you just need to learn what the rules are before you even try following them. I worry that people are losing sight of what's important on this drop. Your immense, rugged handsomeness should never be eclipsed by your stock god magic. Live, laugh, love. XOXO. Gossip girl. Thank you so much, Baradactyl. Your constant confidence boosters have been the only thing that's kept me going for 3 years. No one knows better how to keep me streaming. Hmm. Shirt off, red filter, bear dance.
Hmm. What about the demand for your shirtless? It's mostly you. Just share them in the super not so secret anymore chat. It's a little less secret. The only thing looks at the last 3 years devoted to Gherk, losing job and credibility, and questions nothing. Gherk has some weird fine line between enjoying affirmations and being grossed out by them. Yeah. It moves around too. What the fuck? Amos is sexually harassing the fake Gurk. Failure? Dispersion's turning back around again.
We lose 25, things get bearish. Bear time. That was a shitty bounce. If this is the end of it, that was super shitty. Embarrassing. Repositioning under us? You know, not a lot. Just puts that were already there. I mean, I think the biggest problem here is the bounce didn't really squeeze out any of the long puts. Like, even the 0 DT is just kind of chilling. In fact, we actually have a few more. Still have to lose 25, but getting a lot closer to that. What the hell is going on? FOMC was this week, right? Can I get a summary of big downs and thoughts on what's to come? Yes, FOMC was this week. JPOW didn't do anything. The entire market's pricing in a recession because jobs data is dog shit and rates are getting cut. Also, the SOM rule triggered today. I haven't blown up my degen port in 3 weeks. Nice, dude. Taking profits, walk away, risk management really are key. Yep. The FOMC Blue song just hits. I wrote a song about JPOW and crashed the market. Tankerific. Play him the song. It explains everything. You guys don't want to hear the song again. I wrote the lyrics. I didn't make the music. I can't do that. Can you go over the impact of the SOM rule? Well, the SOM rule is such a good indicator of recession because it lags so fucking hard that it tells you that you've already been in one by the time it triggers. I want to hear the song again. Okay, fine. I'll play it again.
In a town where trains pass slowly, I sip my coffee dark and strong. Prices rising with the sunrise. Each day's harder, feels so wrong. Jerome Powell, you're no hero, not the man we thought you'd be. You're just a shadow of Volcker, Arthur Burns in our memory.
You best start believing in a recession, Mrs. Som. You're in one.
I see the shuttered storefronts, places my granddaddy built.
Everyone wanted the song again.
Pinching pennies, dreams erode under the silt. You promised us salvation, but your silence digs our grave. Jerome Powell, where's the justice? Our homes we couldn't save. Jerome
What's up,
Powell, it's the path you chose to take. We're aching from inflation while you gamble on our fates. You'll never be a Volcker, your legacy will fade. Jerome Powell, we're all stuck in the mess you made. Families gather around the table, stretching meals that are too small. Mama's crying in the kitchen, hearing every child's call. You could have changed the story, eased the burden and the strain. Jerome Powell, we're all stuck in the mess you made. I remember when it all started, promises of skies so blue. Now we're walking in the shadows, wondering what you're gonna do. Every speech you mumble just leaves us in despair. Jerome Powell, we are waiting, but it seems you don't care. The echoes of your silence scream louder than your words. We're drowning in this struggle while your hope flies like the birds. You could have been our savior, but now we wear the chains. Jerome Powell, just a cautionary tale of a leader who refrains. Echoes of your silence scream louder than your words. We're drowning in this struggle while your hope flies like the birds. You could have been our savior, but now we wear the chains. Jerome Powell, just a cautionary tale of a leader who refrains.
I have proof the Sombrel is trailing. My port's been in a recession for years. No notes. That's pretty awesome. Where can I listen to this song repeatedly? Name and artist? I wrote the lyrics and then Sono made the music with a lot of prompting. I was really bored one night waiting for data. You roasted the man alive. Were you in tears while writing the lyrics because you loved the man? You sound so disappointed in him now. I am. Do you have a Spotify profile? No? Maybe? I don't know. Possibly? Ayo, not gonna lie, a Costco hot dog would go hard right about now. If Spotify partners with Sonos, like, don't be a follower, be your own artist. AI might actually make money. People be narcissists. Yep, we do. Emo finance rock, grow the hair out until a new bull rally starts in 2027. He almost named his cat after the man, and the pickle jar obsessed over it for some time. Of course he's disappointed in him. I mean, he was doing such a good job right up until the bank started to fail. And then he was like, oh, wait, and stopped doing anything at all. Remember when he made the market go down by saying Volcker? He said it so many times in that speech. He said Volcker like 6 times. And now he just writes bad inflation out of his speeches instead of talking about it. Well, we bounced again. So still no break of 25. I'm not sure we pick up momentum here, though. Maybe we do. Getting close to the 50 test. QQQ is not bouncing as hard. I'm not sure if that's concerning or not. Might be. Chances of a close over 5,400 or green today? Things get more bullish if we break 50. It'll be very hard to get above 75, though. And puts are building to the downside here. So, I mean, any major rejection with volume is probably going to drop pretty hard. But from a liquidity standpoint, still nearly impossible to get below 5,300. It's because the rate cuts are being perceived as happening too late. That's the fear. Remember, the Fed's tools are blunt and lagging, right? So the market views today's, especially today's jobs data as recessionary, which means that the Fed has held rates higher for too long. Now, what we're likely to find out due to the funding of, and this could create a second leg down or persist a an extended period of economic downturn is when the government deficit spending that is funding our growth dries up rapidly. And Yellen is, I mean, going to be able to issue more debt at the current rates, but the interest payments on that debt aren't going to be able to be funded by the debt she's issuing, right? And so, she's putting herself in a position where if she continues to try to fund GDP growth by issuing debt, we would throw the US into a debt spiral, at which point yields at the top end of the curve would rise rapidly, right? Very rapidly. And that could happen after everyone has already piled into bonds and exited equities, right? I mean, with this drop in like the front end of the yield curve and this drop in equities tells us is that people are exiting equities to go long bonds, right? The institutions largely. And the massive pump in volatility is telling us that they're hedging that by going long vol. I mean, liquidity in the options chain, yes. There's just not sufficient interest for us to keep driving down. Maybe towards the end of the day we could get some and push under 5,300. But it was very unlikely this morning. I told everyone this morning if we break 5,350, we could push as low as, 5,300, and we did. We tested that and then got a bounce. Moving to retest 50 now. If this rejects, we can move back down. This range is fairly liquid. But below this, there's just not a lot of options interest. Not longer dated, not nearer dated. I mean, these ranges aren't generally prepared for, right? And so you run into some illiquidity as prices decline, and it's harder to move much lower. Yeah, it's been a very good day. First name, last name. I got suspended from Twitter for calling Yellen an evil fucking hobbit. I stand by my statement. She's not a good person. Unless you're rich, in which case you're probably a big fan of hers. When conditions warrant a cut, there tends not to be just one. An emergency rate cut here would be very interesting, especially Monday morning. I dislike size queens, small penis. It's okay. It's... Are you gonna say Black Friday if they do an emergency rate cut? If they do an emergency rate cut, it would be Black Monday, and it'd be probably after close today. IWM reaction to emergency rate cut. I don't want to go with bullish. Does this bounce look strong to you? I mean, it's not strong, right? It's been dragging out for a couple hours now, or an hour. It's fairly low volume. It would pick up volume if we get above 5350, but we haven't done that yet. As far as a reversal goes, I mean, you're looking at like futures 5416, which we're very far away from. So right now, very much just like a shitty bear flag. Does straddling over the weekend make sense in this environment? Sure, but it's expensive. How could they justify an emergency rate cut from one day of price action? It's the labor data. Non-farm payrolls fell by 60-something%. I mean, the way the bonds are being priced right now, if they don't do one, the market will force them to do one next week, right? The 2 year is down 5.5% today. The yield on the 2 year. Should not above the 5300p at the bottom. No. No. Sorry to hear that. How would that affect housing? I mean, the carry trade breaking apart is far more likely to affect housing. Emergency rate cut? It's possible. It should be something that we're thinking about. NFP and Jolts is generally revised more often. But they already started revising shit on the drop today, right? They revised durables, which are still shit. They revised core durables and durables. And US factory orders came in at like negative 3.3, which is a pretty sharp contraction. I think there's a case for it, yeah. How would the carry trade affect housing? Okay, so US assets are used as leverage in the carry trade, right? CMBS, MBS especially. And as more assets are required to support the current level of leverage in the trade, those assets need to be marked to market. And as those assets are marked to market, depending on how rapidly, the value of those assets broadly will decline, right? So if you start selling a bunch of MBSs, the value of MBSs goes down, right? CMBSs, MBSs, U.S. Treasuries. It's the 3-month average from the prior 12 months for the SOM rule. And the recession has always started prior to the signal. So, I mean, on average, the SOM rule would indicate that we've been in a recession for about a quarter. No, an emergency rate cut they don't announce them. That's why they're an emergency cut. Was there data today? Yeah, we had non-farm payrolls and US factory orders, and they were all recessionary. Non-farm payrolls dropped by like 60%, 63%. Unemployment rose 0.2, and the SOM rule was triggered. Average hourly earnings are down year over year and month over month. Labor participation's roughly the same. Government payrolls dropped from 43K to 17K. And non-farm payrolls private dropped from 136K to 97K. Then the U6 unemployment rate rose 7.8%. Which is kind of the broader measure. Jfish and I agree that the sum rule is just MACD for unemployment. It is, but that's also why it's so accurate, right? Because it's telling you what already happened. It's not forecasting anything, right? It's backcasting a recession. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with that word that I just made up. It's a recession in hindsight. If they did an emergency rate cut, commodities would go crazy. I'd assume consumer focused stocks would go down a lot because of the emergency factor. Gold would probably rocket too. The likely market impacting bulls that feel emergency rate cut short term is bullish. Emergency rate cuts are never bullish. Best exposure as a poor for commodities, something sector adjacent, like miners are probably maybe cheap. Steel. Steel's a big one if we get a real recession. Gold is the one I'm not very bullish on. I know you told me that when it was at 2300, but now it's back at like 25. I don't think you understand the interplay between central banks, the dollar, and gold. Think about it more and you'll understand it. I don't really like the miners right now. They're not. I don't know. Gold prices have been a bit higher now, so They're probably better. Testing 50. And everything I've bought over the last couple of years was for this specific scenario, right? So just, I mean, you guys already know. I've been telling you all along. I mean, you can go, like, you could, right? Like, I just, I mean, the problem with them is they have to maintain production equivalent, right? And they've been doing a little bit better, but they really haven't broken out much, right? And their production's been in decline. They weren't really ready for a spike in gold, and so they haven't spun up production sufficiently to capture the improved market prices. I'm picturing a scenario where yields down, Dixie up, and that probably isn't very good for gold. I don't think we get that, right? I think we get if you, yields go up, Dixie will go up. UST exposure is far too ubiquitous to have the reverse reaction. You would need a crash in the treasury market. And at which point, gold is already going to be sky high. Sure, it'll come down from there, but. True, I'd like HBM to be $5 again. That would be such an easy buy. I was buying it at like 350. But yeah, I'd probably pick up more at 5. I took some profits on it. I don't have nearly as much as I did. I probably wouldn't buy more yet, though. I got some at 450, but I did the Dole thing and only got some of my exposure. Dole will forever be a thorn in my side. I did buy some more of it on its recent lows, but I should have just bought so much more when it was like $7. Open Monday sub 5,300. It's possible. If we stay on the bearish range, like 5350, 5,300 towards the end of the day, we'll probably sell off. Charm is extremely negative down here. So, yeah, it's going to get harder and harder for bulls to push a breakout. Can you show on the chart when you rebought Dole? I didn't rebuy it. I just added more. And I don't know. It was like a few weeks ago. I think it was like 11 something. Hold on, I can look. I bought it on June 13th for 11.95. So it was like here. No, you didn't. Okay. I mean, I wrote the play up like almost, what, 2 years ago? Yeah, October 10th of 2022. It's Q3 of 2024. Prices are right within my target. This is on the Discord. Everyone can search it. You were saying? Can't. Still holding my 103% up Dole position. Thanks, Dad. You rock. No problem, man. Can you give an explain like I'm 5? Okay, so U.S. Treasury yields have been really high, right? Central banks have been buying U.S. Treasuries to hedge their own currency risks, which have been much lower than the dollar. As risk, they've got to hold those to maturity in most cases. They're very unlikely to mark those treasuries to market. And so, in order to hedge a falling dollar, especially if the dollar is falling against their domestic currency, they need to long an alternative. And they're the only alternative, really, that's stable is gold. And so that's why we're getting so much central bank buying in the gold market. That price prediction, timing, wild. It was only 2 years out and perfect. How's your long yen position doing? Fantastic. Yeah, I'm very much enjoying the carry trade breaking apart, finally. I think I might finally be at break even from rolling my futures, but I'm up on the Nikkei hedge because I at least waited on that. No, banks are, I mean, shitty like third world countries might buy BTC, but the rest are going to buy gold. Both, Sistani. Although the options market for yen futures isn't particularly liquid. El Salvador. Yeah. Well, risky. You're far more exposed to fluctuations in the price of the asset, right? I mean, but that's still like the leverage in that is still like almost 7x. We're a long way away from that reversal. How does energy and oil react during recessionary times? That depends on inflation, right? I don't think we get a turnaround in inflation until our next seasonal adjustment. Can you cover your oil play? To have Oxy, Halliburton, and ExxonMobil. Did you buy more Hal? No, I'm waiting for the trend. I'm waiting for it to test like the long-term trend. It's kind of dumping with indexes, so I figured I'd wait till like 30, and then I might get back into some more leaps. I'm still holding all my shares, but I'm not really interested in buying more shares unless it goes below like 23, which would probably only happen in the event of like an actual crash. If I Venmo you cash, can you buy me a cheap Rolex knockoff? So I'm taken more seriously as a Twitter finance guy. Do they show off their Rolexes? What sort of time frame? I don't know. I'm probably gonna stay long oil at least through the end of this year. How do current macroeconomics factor in? I mean, I think if the dollar drops sufficiently, OPEC's gonna hold their cuts. We have geopolitical risk in the Middle East, and while EIA's global estimates show that we'll have a surplus of oil by the end of the year in reserve, I think they're wrong. And I think we're very likely to see a bit of a deficit. No other currency can support the carry, except maybe the euro or the like the pound. but or yuan, but there's not enough interaction. And too much risk with offshore yuan. So you don't have really a lot of alternative economies or banking systems that can support the carry trade. We went through this before. You can watch the Australian dollar all you want, but it's not going to be a liquid enough even to maintain a carry for any significant period of time. They could use it as like a hedge, but it's secondary. It has to tie in with the bonds, right? And who the fuck wants Australian bonds? But the Dixie's weighted, right? And the Australian dollar does not make up a lot of that. EU already cut though. The euro's up 113 points against the dollar today. And they already had a recession, right? Psalm's rule, it's not a law, but yes, it triggered in April of 2020, so 2 months after the COVID crash began. Rules are laws? No. In physics, not in economics. Well, there's a distinction made between the two in economics. You have like Gresham's law of diminishing returns, supply and demand. Those are derived from empirical evidence and historic data, right? Rules are adaptable. They're generally set to a specific context, such as like the economic framework of one country, right? So like Psalm's rule only applies to the US. It's not a hard science, right? So it's 20-minute left, half port, 0 DT puts. 8-minute left, ship the other half of the port, 1 DT puts. Winner, winner, bulls for dinner. I mean, this just gets... It got bearish on the rejection at 50. It gets a lot more bearish if we fall below 25 again. Kendra's been here all day. Nobody gives a shit about the Canadian dollar either. There are only a couple banking systems that are liquid enough to facilitate even hedges against the carry trade, or where there's bond demand strong enough to affect dollar value. Japan's one of the world's largest economies. China's out, right? And then so you have Great Britain and Europe, maybe Germany, but not really. And, I mean, Canadian dollar isn't very heavily weighted in on the Dixie either. And they've both cut, right? Canada cut, and so there's already divergence, and they're gonna keep cutting ahead of the Fed. Your wife won't like that turd. Canada isn't real, and no one cares what they do. The Swiss central bank already cut. Bank of England cut yesterday. The EU cut. The only way they don't cut more is if inflation rises again. So we got two ways for the dollar to really go up, right? Inflation takes off, or every other currency, like every other central bank, starts raising rates again. In Japan, no, what you have in Japan is a massive banking system. Japan's entire economy is built around facilitating this trade. The weights fluctuate. Stop reading Wikipedia. The more the yen is worth, the more it'll be weighted. Like an ETF. It's weighted at a geometric mean. The Australian dollar is not part of the calculation for Dixie. Canada's currency exposure is too small. Hold on. Sorry about that. I had to take that. It was business stuff. If we break below 25, 5,300, how low could we go? I don't think we will. But if we did, maybe like 270, like 5,270. That seems really unlikely outside of like end of day though. I took some profits on some of my toot boot and shoots. Nice. You going square dancing with the missus tonight? Nah, but I made 13K. Well, that's a good start. So grab some wine. Okay. All right. Reasonable. Is it in here? No. Where the fuck do I have all this shit? Channels. Oh, here we go. Is the meatball burning on the bottom of the pan? No, we were earlier when we tested 5300. This is a little bit better, but not much. We're still very close to the bottom of the pan. There's a thin layer of sauce in between. Have you posted your Fubo options positions? Can you, or just same time frame and strikes you like? I have Jan 2025 synthetic longs. And shares. You missed a Ko-Fi. Oh, sorry. I've set Vega 2Ds up over 100%. With VIX so high, feels like a high risk to sell and risk not being able to re-enter in case of continued downs. What's an exit strategy? Hold on. So you have Vega 2Ds. Okay. I mean, you're up over 100%, right? So your position's paid for. You should really consider scaling at least part of it and then pick levels where you'll scale out of the rest but remain profitable. That way you can leave runners on the table for a period of time, right? So I sold like half of the ones that I got yesterday today. But basically say you have like 20 contracts, right? And right now you're up 100%. Maybe consider selling like a portion of this, right? And then then you have maybe 10 contracts. If those hit 60% profitability, you sell a portion of that, right? Then you have 5 contracts left. If those hit 40% profitability, you close out the position, right? And all your profits are taken off the table. But by doing this, you break up the time that you're holding the position, and so you still have exposure further out, but you've taken a ton of your total risk off of the table, right? And collected some profits. And so, if VIX goes back up here, right? Maybe then you're up, 200% on 10 contracts, right? And then you could scale out of those and, maybe you'll cut the 500 if it goes to 100%, but, VIX keeps going up and maybe those 5 contracts hit 500% returns, right? And so, you're getting what you want, but you're also getting your profits out, right? And that's something that everybody should be practicing with all their trades, right? Is scaling back when you start to hit profitability, right? If you're entering those positions on the top, right? Like buy, oh, wrong, buy, average, right? And then, the same goes for the bottom. So you'd be scaling in, scaling out. And that way, over that period of time, up here, you're averaging your cost basis, and down here, you're averaging your exit. And that leaves you, open in the similar manner that the entry does to take profits should things decline further, right? Is the meatball analogy codified anywhere? I can learn about it. So I'll explain it. And the purpose of it is to avoid explaining something far more complex. Basically, I use the meatball analogy as a representation of how fluid price realization is in any given range relative to market maker gamma exposure, right? And so you have your gamma curve, right? And you have your meatball. And there's places on this curve where the meatball can move rapidly. And so we have a pot of sauce, right? There's your sauce. Here's the lid for the pot up here. And the bottom of the pot. And so, you know, when the meatball falls into the sauce, it can keep falling deeper. We're about right here right now, right? And so there's really nowhere for the meatball to go, right? It's kind of jammed itself into the bottom of the pot. But because the upside range from here isn't particularly steep, right? It's kind of like that. The meatball, like the viscosity of the sauce above it is thick sauce. Now, as you move up higher into the layer of sauce in the middle, the sauce thinner, right? Just like a real sauce, it gets thinner as it gets closer to the top, right? And the heavier elements sink to the bottom until you stir it. And so as the sauce gets thinner, the meatball can rise faster, right? And if the meatball gets out of the pot, it can pop up, and then it can, you know, jam itself into the lid, where it really has nowhere to go except down, and, you know, it can fall back into the sauce very quickly. So it's just, you know, it kind of gives us a gauge for how index price will react to market maker positioning. The sauce has differential density, of course. Lost thousands of dollars, but I learned how to make a killer ZD. Fair trade. Well, Fubo's really a liquid, and it's got a bunch of shit coming up, so it's either going to $1 or above $1.50. Wherever they taught you this, what analogy have they used? They didn't. They didn't use it. They didn't use an analogy. The meatball is most useful for intraday trading. Yeah, because you can, like, you know, we know, like right now, we know that if we get above 54.25, the sauce gets kind of thin, right? And then we can move from 54.25 higher very, very rapidly. And so it kind of tells you about how fast ranges can be realized. And yeah, it's mostly useful intraday because it changes so much day to day. Hold on, I gotta send a message. Okay. All right, cool. Well, I needed a lot of people to understand it. Could you design a real-time meatball? It'd be difficult, but maybe. Did you ever foresee yourself explaining trading concepts in food terms? Well, it sounds better than the convexity of intraday gamma exposure, right? Dear God, he's speaking gibberish. And this is why we use the meatball. I tried to use space time, right? But that didn't work. And so I just turned it into a pot because people got way too confused with the physics aspects. But if you guys, I mean, I feel like it's taken me 3 years to teach stop losses. And I don't really know if I want to get into like the warping of gamma convexity around sticky moneyness. What's a stop loss? And yeah, still not done with that first job. I mean, let's be real. I don't do this so you guys can be like me. I do this so you guys can learn to make money. I don't expect you to learn, advanced calculus or partial differential equations, right? You don't need to worry about any of that shit. So you can stop drinking olive oil every morning. I mean, if you want your skin to look like shit. Just shadow Girk's educational trades when he puts them on the screen. Remember those days? I remember those days. I don't know if there was anything educational about me buying like 100 5 minute to expiry 0 DTEs, but it was fun. I'm not going to be here Monday. I'm not going to be here on Monday. I might be here Tuesday, but I'm pretty sure I'm definitely not going to be streaming on Monday. And then everyone blew up their ports ghosting it because they're smart. Yeah. Well, what happened is like they would print and then like 25% of people would blow up their port and the other 25% would make a bunch of money. And that was really problematic. And so I just stopped doing that. Well, I stopped doing it where you guys can see it. Most of the time. I still do it sometimes. I remember ghosting your triple condor and making 10K. Losing 53.20. Well, we already lost 25. That's what mattered. Could this still bounce? Yeah, or it could also sell off into the weekend, like really, really hard. Remember, Charm's very negative here, and you know the MM's gonna. I mean, the MM's already selling the flat tape at these prices, so as we go lower, the effect of that delta decay is going to become more pronounced, and also as time progresses. Are you self-taught? Depends on what. A lot of things, yeah, but not everything. I did like not a lot of trading, right? Like I wasn't initially a trader. Like so my training is in analysis. But I taught myself to trade. Like experience with trading, but I mean that wasn't where I started, not by any means. Can you do Monday's end of day wrap up now? Everybody in the pickle jar became a millionaire in 4 hours. I don't know what direction the market went, but it happened. Congratulations, guys, and well done. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. That's what I just said. McConnor Berry. If you didn't make money, how? What I've learned from watching you in short vol these years is to always double down on every trade until it prints slash serious. I mean, that's a benefit afforded to few, right? Most people can't do that. Nobody should really ever do that. I just do it because I'm bored. But I mean, it's a really great way to blow up huge chunks of money. I do it because the risk reward is asymmetrical, right? And I can afford to do that. But if you have like $2,000, you definitely can afford to take on that kind of risk. The martingale strategy is a dumb strategy sometimes. They asked me to do the end of day wrap up for Monday because I'm not going to be here. Bulls make money, bears make money, pigs get slaughtered, and we're a bunch of pigs. I think it's really easy to make money as a bull. It's very hard to make money as a bear. Bears make more money than bulls because it's much harder, and there's generally a lot of preparation required. But everyone in here is constantly bearish, um, because they can't separate intraday trading from the macroeconomic conditions. And so what that leads to is a lot of people shorting bull rallies, which is awful. And it's like right there where and I kind of get like that's where even like people so like finfluencers who actually know what they're talking about, which are very few and far between, tend to move their analysis more and more towards neutral, right? Because people can't separate information from their reaction function, right? And so, you know, if you and I've done it to some degree, right? You know, I used to be like, well, SPX is going to drop like 80 BPS tomorrow, right? But now I'm like, looks like we're going to continue down. And just over time, like, if you don't want people to lose money, it kind of shifts you towards that, where you don't want to make a call. It's like the begrudging feeling when you buy calls on SPX, even though the macro is dumb. Yeah. So like a couple weeks ago, I was like, I expect a correction, and everybody's like, how much? How far? What puts do I buy? But like, I I don't want to give you false confidence, right? So I could tell you, I could be like, oh, you know, this put's really good here, this put's good there, this position. But I want people to have like, because if I tell you, you're gonna just have absolute faith in it, right? Which is terrible. No, no, no. It's really, really bad. So it's much better to let you decide. Like, you know, there's a correction coming and you sit and think about how to handle it, but you're afraid, right? You're still afraid because you didn't get your bias confirmed, and that fear will ensure that you probably take profits. Maybe not Cobra, but other people. Turn your glazers into worshippers. Go fuck yourself, Smooth. I bought shares since they seem like puts. Well, that's why we built the platform, so you guys can make your own informed decisions. This is from our devs to you guys. It is beautiful. It's art. I'll be honest, I expected that stick not to be in the pickle's hands, but between his, you know, just pickles are PG, alright? Do you have a name for the platform yet? It's been named since before you guys even knew about it. What platform? The beta data platform? Have you not availed yourself of watching the stream, Kendra? You're a pigeon whale now. No secrets. Wouldn't beta for billionaires. Well, it won't be beta really at that point. We might. We're talking about opening it to the billionaires before we open it to the public. But it's still gonna be like the like version 1, right? Like the live version of the platform at that point. And the beta's probably 2 to 3 months, might be longer. Platform's named Todd. I knew it. Do you have enough liquidity to move below 5,300 end of day now? No, not really, but there's a higher probability at the end of day to move below 5,300 than there would have been earlier in the day because of charm and options prices being cheaper. If you find connections between sectors and macroeconomic conditions, you can likely see past your ultra macro bias and be more likely to TP and stop out reposition. Yeah. It's easier said than done. Appreciate you and the quad sharing profits to the hard work on the platform. I knew you were a stand-up guy, unlike Guybrush. You know how bulls would rip us into clothes? It's the bears' turn to drill us into clothes, right? Well, the bears have the advantage here. How big's your team? We have like 12 people. $4,000p for October in the money. The likelihood of that's very low, but the value of the contract could go up quite a lot. Will there be microtransactions? No, we're not Blizzard. What's your net worth measured in tonnage of pickles? I don't know what a ton of pickles is worth. We're going down right now, Popcorn. Is it easy to access the scaping area, tutorial area of the platform? If you want to help us build it. Win DAO? Oh, you want to go long the DAO? Do you have a good UI person? Like what layer? Like design? No. Yeah, UI UX design. We don't like someone who's good with like Figma and stuff. We don't have that. But I mean, I'm shattered. That's totally not what you do. You just admitted to it. I guess asking the question everyone wants to know: will you be here if we crash? Not if we crash on Monday. I'm just not gonna be here Monday. I might be here Tuesday. I'm still gonna do pickles picks. I'm still gonna do the write up. I'm good with Figma. I used it for building a dashboard at TD Wealth. Interesting. I don't know if I can reconcile that with 3 years of dealing with you, Sahib. Thanks, Big Dill Danionaire. I thought we were going through this together. Nowhere have I promised that. Can we get some equities and pickles picks, please? Yeah, I think now we can start. Yeah. I wasn't wrong to not choose equities, right? Imagine being short Apple right now. That would have sucked. Much better to be short QQQ. I know what I'm doing. I feel like Gherkin would be the best and worst client simultaneously. I am uh I have problems. They're like elements of the platform that we redesigned like probably over 100 times. I don't think it's made me any friends, but the resulting product is super super dope. I still remember him eviscerating that. Was it a car dealer? Yeah, salesman. How's this 225 resistance is pretty strong. Usually take a big dump before or after I invest in a big trade. Well, have you figured out the correlation to whether it's before or after the trade and whether or not you make money? Sup, Gareth? Things may be starting to click for me. Made more in the last 3 weeks than the 3 months at my real job. Had a three 4-digit days this week, which is a pretty big deal for me. Again, thanks for everything you do here. Thanks, Tim. I appreciate it. That's pretty awesome too. Life's a lot better when you make more money than your job doing a thing you like. Who the fuck was shorting Apple? Even when they move, it's never drastic enough for time value of money. Oh, that's not true. I've had some very good shorts on Apple in the past. You know why? Because puts tend to be really fucking cheap, especially with theta. So if you can nail their business cycle, right, you can make a lot of money shorting Apple. I will say most of the time I just sell theta on Apple, but there are times when I'll go long or short. I went long before its big, like its recent big rally when they announced AI. Sorry for mentioning this turtlet toilet bowl of a ticker, but I'm so curious as to why AMC has been able to hold 5-ish well. I don't think anyone cares about it. It's not in IWM. I think that might be your first mistake. Isn't it in the S&P 400? Like the S&P 400 and Russell 1000. Did you ever buy AMC debt? No, but I really wanted to. How low could BAC go today? I don't know. Is Buffett done selling it? The recent Apple bear call spreads, pickles picks were great. I went 1 year where I went 100% on spreads on Apple. That was a good year. It was easy. Apple only went up, but awesome year. I like the credit spreads. I'll do more of those. Just not during tech earnings and not when. So the reason I didn't do equities like the last 2 weeks is you have tech earnings, which create a huge amount of risk across most of the things that I like to trade, right? Or at least things I sell theta on and stuff. And so you 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 have way too much sympathy risk from one earnings affecting the price of another asset, and then dispersion's been breaking down, and we've been getting this like we were getting this massive sector rotation over to small and mid caps and Dow, right, which makes this whole period really risky for like being a stock picker, right? Like you don't want to pick individual equities when you have like big macro moves going on. And so it's much better to just be exposed to indexes where you're not, you can play the overall direction of those stocks versus the individual direction of one of them. I shorted Carvana again today. I said when it got under 140 I'd probably get more shorts. What about credit spreads on indexes? Too much risk given the wider ranges now? Yeah, vol's too high. Give me 1 second. True Trades lost 150,000 on AMC options, fell into depression, and then became a gym rat. Okay. I thought he started doing meth and became a truck driver. There's not much that's worth trading that doesn't have index exposure. If my questions are terrible, this will explain it. I transitioned from the MMAT loser formerly known as Subway Cup. There, makes sense now. Thought so. Oh, you didn't have to change your name. Well, I guess you were already rug pull-opotamus. You scared me? I thought it was an angry bear for a second. No. Cost earnings are in 3 days. 6-4 long strangle. KOS. 49 DTE. 13 cents. Not particularly. I feel like you'd lose more money on the spread and the crush than you would make. If your platform pops off, would you make it public exchange listed? What do you mean, like IPO? No. Why would I do that? That's ridiculous. If you did, all your devs would retire NVIDIA style. Hmm. In fairness, I made $1 million in 2 days when it ran to 77, and I lost it over the next few months and begged my wife to kick me in the nuts repeatedly. Thank God Fubo is going to $20 next week. Phew. Oh boy. I did tell you to sell when it fucking 10x'd. I wish you weren't caught up in the conspiracies at the time, but such is life. I lost a year's worth of Pigeonwell icons. It's killing me. You'll be okay. Are you gonna buy a yacht with data platform money? No, it's not even that profitable. What I'll buy is a little bit of peace of mind. Like, the margins are real thin. Why bearish on Carvana long term? Their recent earnings seemed okay. They have more debt than assets and at 10.25%. Also, their CEO is a con artist. Are you sure you're going to make the platform? If everyone has the data, the markets are going to be hard to trade. No, I disagree. It's not data that's unavailable to anybody with money, right? It's just not data that's available to people without money. No, you didn't, because I didn't know you when it 10x when MMTLP went to like $10 right before it got delisted. I didn't meet you until Coors didn't tell me to sell it when it 10x. I meant the second time. Kirk was the true power to the players all along. Ew. Why would you put it like that? I was talking about AMC. Oh, yeah, that was. I'm pretty sure when AMC ran to $74, I told everybody who had it that it was never gonna go higher again. But the only like AMC person in here at that time was Corneb, and he sold it like I think he sold it like 35. After me giving him bearish thesis after bearish thesis for like 3 months. Power to the pores. We just want people to have data that's not bullshit. Like why not just sell? Why not just sell people something like useful? I mean, like think about this. Like unusual whales, right? They have a data pipeline from, the standard data providers. And then but they've made their entire brand based off of a congressional regulatory filing that's free for everyone to access. Just comes out when Congress people buy stocks, right? It's not like they've found it's like some kind of fucking secret. They're just selling people free shit. Meanwhile, there's like models and options models and econometric models that everybody hides away that are actually useful, that can give you information to trade on and to invest on, and nobody provides that at all, but they charge fucking $100 a month to give you free SEC data. Like, fuck that. People pay for the user-friendly interface. It's garbage. They put red lights on their tweets. I'm getting a job offer to move to Greensboro, North Carolina. Will you visit me then? Are they going to hire you? They charge me for a picture of a meatball on a line. Yeah, but that meatball makes money. No, my point is there's nothing of value there, right? It's just raw market data. It doesn't matter if it's easy to use. There's nothing there that tells you anything, right? That's why we constantly get people in here that are like, someone bought 10,000 options on this shit stock at, fucking 150% out of the money. But that means nothing, right? They could be bought, they could be sold. You don't, I mean, they could be so far out of the money they have zero effect on the market maker or hedging in that market. I was the only black individual during a board interview of 7, so yes, you should demand more salary. Like, you already told me your strategy about going to the whitest companies you can find, but I think you should also try to get more money. See, that's why I've ensured that my company is extraordinarily diverse. As long as I can get Gherk or Dork to dress up in lady clothes. Good morning, trash. Then we're set. They said I get a free rental car out of it until I leave the company. Wait, hold on. Is it going to be a Land Rover? Oh, yes. So diverse. Okay, token Asian guy. Wait, we don't know what Vunky is. I would never put you on the team. Not because of your race, just because you're a moron. Greensboro is some of the worst North Carolina has to offer. What does North Carolina have to offer? Besides regards, Geeky. Do you have Latino representation? I'll stay tanned. Maybe. Don't you need an actual female? Hey, listen. There was one once. But how am I? Yeah, how am I supposed? Exactly, trash. How am I supposed to find a female on the internet? Ridiculous. I feel like if I can get tan enough, I can cover the Latino representation. That's even worse. Damn. Ooh, nice, Poop Lord. No, we don't need Canadian representation. That actually loses you points. I don't even know the names of towns in North Carolina. There's like Raleigh, right? What else? What else is there's nothing else there. There's that beach. Charlotte. You've been to Cary? I don't remember the name of it, but yes, I did go there. But that was for like a party at like a really shitty McMansion. I don't like the outside. It's got ticks. break up if we go above 25. It's really simple. How much would I need to pay you to come noodling with me? I'm only offering to pay in catfish and hush puppies. Is that thing that Christian girls do on Instagram to try to get husbands? Where they just jam their fist down in a muddy hole? We could do that in New York. It's not really my thing, but... I don't need to fund it. I'm just going to make the best possible data platform ever. It's simple. I've never heard of it being used to get a husband, but I can see that as a mating ritual. It's not women that do it mostly. Well, you know, there's girls that like to see guys jam their fists into things too. Goes both ways. I see you've been to Abilene Christian University. The pressure is downwards from the charm. A little bit better above 25, but still negative as long as we're under 50. I keep my bazillion-dollar idea to myself. I feel like if it was a bazillion-dollar idea, you should do that anyway. I can't wait for people to not believe me that I knew you before you got big. Oh, you mean when I delete the YouTube and all of the historical streams? I don't have to do that to like Series A, right? Everyone panic. Too late. I've saved them all to a giant hard drive for personal reasons. I don't have funding capital or a cult following, or I would. You can pitch it to me. Can you host the entire pickle jar for viewing parties? Did you delete the YouTube clip where you told us that you loved us that one time and never admitted that you said that? I don't know what you're talking about. I will still have my clips of you reading my poetry. Nice. I play all the streams at the same time to go to sleep. Still a lot of dead air, if you can believe it. Remember when you read us a bedtime story? Yeah. Good night, Moon. Or are you talking about the SEC ETF responses? Or are you talking about the story about Larry Chang? Did we ever clip that? Oh well. That was a good one. Where's Moonwind? He's a pigeon whale. He's just hiding. Noodling in New York City will go one way. It goes hand in the mud hole. Contract bubonic plague because you got bit by New York City's rat king sewer rat. Then spread plague to the world, destroying humankind. Roaming biker gangs to the survivors. And the pickle jar is still not doing great. Noodling in New York City is a different kind of muddy hole. Also, calling it now, I'm opening a gay bar in Chelsea called Noodling. It's going to be for transplants. I feel like it's less on the nose than Muddy Hole. Although there is a place called Mine Shaft already, so the competition might be stiff. I threw so much innuendo in those like 3 sentences. I can't beat the brass rail. San Diego. We're going straight up. I feel like this is a cautionary tale. But lower high, maybe? Good night, Moon. Posted in general chat. Oh, I guess we did clip it. clipped it so hard that I cleaned up the audio. Hold on. Win Pickle Shark Tank? We got a while. I only have enough, like, me money right now. Power hour prediction? Let's see. This failed. That's pretty bad. Yield curves still uninverted though on the 10-2. Forward yield on vol's been declining, so we're still getting some vol shorting. Let's see. I would say we're likely to close somewhere between 5,300 and 5,340. If we broke above 40, I guess we could run off into close, and that would be like 65 or 90. But that's very unlikely. And until we do, I mean, charm here is negative, so it's more likely we fail. Big rate cuts more typical if the economy is rapidly weakening. I mean, even if they cut 2 points, the effect is basically nothing. On one hand, market crash, but on the other hand, boomers, 401ks are getting wrecked, and now they won't retire. They're going to be picking themselves up by the bootstraps for years. I mean, but they'll also be dying at a much faster rate, right? Or maybe all the extra additional physical activity will make them live longer. My pitch got removed. Oh, it probably just didn't print. Yeah. Just DM it to me. I have a question for you guys who use Fidelity all the time. When you get your confirmation, have you ever seen it where the stop and the fill on the confirmation receipt are incorrect? Like different? Is that like their price adjustment bullshit? Yes. Okay. Yeah, because so I had a stop earlier, and my stop was at 30, and it says it filled at 29.95. But then like the opera thing says stop at 28, filled at 27. But they're all in the same execution. Trade armor. Sounds like trade bullshit. I want my $200 a contract. Uber TaskRabbit model for geriatric care tasks. Since boomers are getting old, call is something vaguely Christian like silver wings upon and don't worry about profit billions. Oh, okay. Interesting. I think that already exists, but I like it. Fidelity stops trigger when the mid breaches. Maybe the spreads widen just then. Okay, so it says stop loss $30, which is where my stop was, and then it says filled at $29.95, and then but at the top it says stop loss $28, filled at 27. So there's two different stops and two different fills for one sell order. And I don't know where the sounds like crime. All I know is I better get the better fill. They're gonna have to give me so many free options trades for this fuck up. Multiple contracts that got different fills. Yeah, but why wouldn't they just give me the average of fills over the... Are you gonna call them? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I never miss an opportunity to complain to Fidelity about how shitty their user interface is. Or downtime. Even if I don't have any trades, if there's downtime, I'll just call them and bitch until I get free trades. They'll give you commission free trades, like hundreds of them, just to shut you up. Is an emergency rate cut bad for upstart short term, but good long term? I don't think we're in a situation where demand is going to rapidly return to the credit market, but it's technically good for them in the long run. If you can believe it, they redid their mobile interface and it's worse than before. I can believe that. Fidelity is about as likely to give me free anything as you are to hire me. No leverage anywhere. No, there's no emergency rate cut. Or just inflation goes up and credit conditions tighten super hard. That would be the big risk. Yeah, charm's negative. Very. Very negative. No, actually I don't know. Is that current? That doesn't look current. No. That's been fucking dead for an hour. Oil shot up like crazy very fast. Yeah, after the Arthur Burns era too. Fidelity new UI gave me cancer and an aneurysm, and their customer service reps are more smug and pompous than Gherk. That can't be real. Hmm. And Matt doesn't have any tech. Stop blowing smoke up your own ass. Shorting tops would be a valid way to play this. Yeah, actually. Much like longing bottoms when above GN. He sold it all for free. Violence incoming? Well, maybe. Are we just kind of bottom out here? I mean, charm is still rough. And the breakout kind of failed, but this is pretty stable at 25, right? We haven't lost 25 again. How many bottoms you long over the weekend is the technical indicator trash? Ooh. All trash, Pippi? Hmm. I wanted to change Dork's name recently. I never knew innuendo and finance could be so intertwined, and then I met a pickle on the internet. Yep. And found out what everyone else has known all along. The Noble Fidelity interface is not garbage, but the price improvement thing helps. I'm not sure the price improvement worked in my favor here, but I'll take your word for it. I either lost $32,000 or made an extra $32,000. Apologies, that was supposed to be hot garbage. Oh. Can you please look at OLF? If it's under $10, I'm going to be angry with you. Okay. Largan Precision Company futures. Ah ha ha ha. It doesn't exist. I mean, it does. It's really weird how liquid these are. What do they do? I have no idea. These are in Dong, though. December sales are 19.1% year over year. Huh. To what? Dork to number 2? No, I wanted to rename him Pfeffernuss, which is a type of German cookie, but its translation is pepper nuts. The song makes sense now. Yeah, you guys didn't know about pepper nuts, but now you do. Oh, dork. I'm gonna play that song now. Thoughts on SLB? Oh, it could drop more. Here's my dork song. Ginger balls and pepper nuts? I get it. See? It was such a good idea.
Dork was a man who took a gamble bold. In the city, lies of stories never told. Played strangles on his feet while fate wasn't kind. Lost his home, his peace, and his mind. He wandered through the alleys, searching for a place. But whiskey and regret were all that filled his space. City folks just passed him by without a care. Dork's dreams were shattered, floating in the air. Oh, Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn.
This is a good one.
Sold his last possession for a ticket to nowhere. Took a bus to the forest where he found despair. Built a shack of timber, shadows and pain. Swore never to gamble his soul again. Nights grew colder and the silence loud. Living with memories, wearing them proud. A fire kept him company, though his heart was stone. Dork danced with the darkness, always alone. Oh, Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn. Oh, Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn.
Every time I remember him saying it was $160. Oh, Dork. We wrote a song about J-Fresh. My dog just ran away. Alright, who requested RevRQ data in the Pigeonwell thread? Fuck you, Cobra. I haven't tried doing any sea shanties yet. The amount of ads is madness. Why are you the only one complaining about it? Download a fucking ad blocker like an adult. Someone request spurt data for me? How low could QQQ go today? I don't know, it's been just chopping under VWAP for the last fucking 5 hours. Potentially? I don't know, if we sell off into close, maybe back to like 45. I would say 46 is more likely, but... Maybe Libertarian Tears, Ryan Cohen's sad ballad. I don't like Ryan Cohen enough to write a song about him. Why do you need the $57 a year they're paying you for ads? Just turn them off. They are. You know, if I turn them off, they still play them, right? Not true. It is true. They just don't pay you for them. I already wrote it. Well, ChatGPT did. ChatGPT writes weird songs. Like, the lyrics are just strange. They don't make any sense. I've not seen an ad on YouTube in 15 years. Yeah. Also, I'd lose all my YouTube premium money. It adds up. It's like compounding gains. So you can turn off monetization on the whole channel. But I have all the subscribers handled through that. Which would be fucking a bitch to port over to something else. I love that Gherk disliked Thunder's song so much that after 6 months of Thunder begging him to listen to it, Gherk went and wrote his own song. Will I still get access to the beta if I start trolling in the data request? Carl might ban you from the Discord. All you guys are doing is forcing Carl to look at a bunch of tickers every night, and he's probably making some sick plays. Or just shorting SPX. It's one of the two. Oh, this is too bullish. Also, you didn't send me the first 3 verses, or 2 verses. I thought Cohen he's no longer transitioning. Didn't he remove the her, she, her from his Twitter? Carl hates me. I'm convinced of this. You have to realize it's not personal. The grandma inheritance and Intel play on Wall Street bets is top tier entertainment. It's just people posting like edited screenshots and being like, I did this thing, and then it doesn't work out, and then they get famous. It's so stupid. I'm convinced that DFV is the only person who ever actually invested money on Wall Street bets, and everyone else is just really good at photoshopping. What does Carl do on the platform? Nothing? Yet? Is Carl a bot? No comment. Ludicrous. You don't need Photoshop. F12 is a thing. What's F12? Oh, like the console? No one knows how to use that. So it's just software devs lying to each other? What about the guys who go the extra step and make a GIF of them refreshing a persistent console in a local environment? Can we get a Beyond Tips update? They look shitty. IWM's selling off pretty hard, which isn't great for Beyond. Fortunately for me, I'm still long until the end of the year. Woo! We're not all, yeah, exactly. We're not all ducks. You mentioned the tips a lot. What are they? What concept is it meant to be an indicator of? It is a analysis tool for the primary and secondary market liquidity of an asset. Ish. Yeah, no problem. Those were some words. Yep. Mostly made them up. See the price. Bad price. How do you get Goolsby and Goldberg messed up? Is Fubo's liquidity affected by the market correction? Yeah. I mean, not a lot. Its weighting in ETFs is pretty small, but autocorrect. I hate my phone too. This is really boring. Wish we'd do something here, but maybe we won't. Maybe we just trade flat forever. Fill that upside gap. VIX has already exploded, though. I'm guessing anybody with weight is done for the week here, and it's just us overholding our puts versus the interns at the hedge funds till end of day. No, they might sell a bunch of shit into the weekend, right? Ooh, a downside gap. Well, we had an upside gap that we just filled, and filling that created a downside gap. What's the significance of VIX futures inverted but below cash VIX? The yield on forward volatility, like the convexity of volatility, is super positive. I've been stealing the treasures of old people at estate sales lately. It's one of the ways to get back at boomers. So you're buying Pokemon cards? Hmm. Something's gonna happen, right? We can't just consolidate all fucking day. Hmm. That's what Marie does in Breaking Bad. Vic's getting shorted or just decaying with realized vol. Oh, it's getting shorted. Well, it's a combination of being shorted and then also people taking profits on puts. Is the carry trade locked into breaking down from here, or can they still make a desperate attempt to leverage it up? If the dollar could get a boost from somewhere, sure. But with us pricing this many rate cuts in, it's unlikely that we're going to get that anytime soon. Maybe next quarter or towards the end of the half. Maybe JD Vance. You're talking about the sticky catch. Does the carry trade locked up into breaking down? Does convexity and volatility mean nonlinear relationship between volatility and the pricing of VIX? Well, it would be like the nonlinear relationship between current volatility and expected future volatility. Or at least that's what the convexity would be highlighting. And when that's positive, right? Like when that forward yield on volatility's forward convexity is positive, the demand for volatility rises, which thereby increases the premium for long volatility. Is there a formula or tool to give an expected move for SPX when VIX changes, like VIX at 24? Yes. So VIX is annualized, right? So you have to break it down to account to get the standard deviation, which would be like whatever the VIX level is divided by the square root of 252. Well, the number of trading days in that year, which is usually like 252. 15.87. So like right now VIX is 2469 divided by 15.87. So the standard deviation would be like 155 BPS. Do you expect profit taking from bears going into close? That's possible. It could go the other way too. We already got some profit taking from bears, so it's more likely that we're going to get repositioning. Well, we're like right above 25, which is slightly bullish, but not very. Below 25 would be slightly bearish. Mad Lad would short VIX here. Well, they do it in size and with a lot of duration to reduce risk, or they use spreads. Do you think Japan crashes Monday? I don't know. Nikkei's down 5.2% today. I think the Nikkei keeps diving. Their Discord crashed again. Motherfucker. I got it back up and running. Let me take a look at this. Charm's a little bit positive here, but Delta doesn't go positive on the 0 DTEs unless we get above like 43, 44. I think VIX could go over 30 on Monday. Probably depends where we close. I wouldn't even take profits after only going down 250 bips because all their puts were 0 DTE. And a lot of them were like bought yesterday and this morning. 100-point up day on Monday. Surely continued downs won't be this easy with volatility this high. Not surely. We could go up Monday. I think where we close today probably makes a lot of difference there. Any chance it crosses 225? No, it's really, really low chance that that happens anytime soon. The rise and fall of the price of Charizard matches with GameStop TA. It's the perfect measure of hysteria. Would you hold an 8.6 530p on SPY if this doesn't fall by end of day? Over the weekend? I mean, it's risky. Does Japan keep crashing Monday? Probably. Well, we have some data Monday, right? Don't we have we get BOJ minutes Sunday night. And then we have ISM services Monday. This could be inflationary or good for the dollar. We have some EU and some EU inflation shit and EU PMIs also. Chinese PMIs Sunday night, Japanese PMIs Sunday night. So, I mean, if the dollar can get a little bit of a boost, sure. It could stabilize, but otherwise, I think the carry trade keeps breaking apart, which means like over time, I think Nikkei down quite a lot. I fixed the Discord audio. Is it not working again? No, it's working. Okay. You mentioned that you don't normally do straddles and strangles over the weekend. No, I do. I just recommended not doing them on smaller accounts. They're very expensive. What happened to interest rate sensitive stocks when they do finally cut rates? It's a net positive for them, but it depends on how much rates are cut, right? Does charm on monthlies become super relevant around SLD? And into the expiration. Yeah, like the back half of that week, it becomes important. Do you have it set to G20? No. I look at Japan, Germany, Europe, Great Britain, and China. I don't care about the rest of them. Yeah, fuck them. Exactly. There's no Somalian economic data that anyone gives a shit about. Ignore this message if you're positioning for a market crash on Monday. I mean, I have positions, but they're not for a market crash. We broke up on the futures wedge a little bit. Although that might just be another top, and then that might fail. Let's find out. Ooh, higher. Something like that, maybe. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't poo on Somalia. All right, when was the last time you wrote an economic report for your home country? QQQ rejected off of VWAP again. You mean NQ? QQQ's trading above VWAP, I think. Yeah, just a little bit. When you have a call and Greek says this looks bearish as fuck. Somalian outlook, excellent, near perfect, great much success coming 2025. Popcorn trader, PhD, macroeconomics. Well, there you go. There you have it. I live near a lot of Somalis. Want me to conduct some street interviews? Yeah, you could ask them things like, how's the economy in Somalia? The economy of Somalia is $4.9 billion by gross domestic product. And grew by 3.7%, no, 3.1% this year. According to the Central Bank of Somalia, 80% of the population are nomadic or semi-nomadic pastoralists who keep goats, sheep, camels, and cattle. The nomads also gather resins and gums to supplement their income. Somalia is also one of the largest exporters of frankincense and myrrh. Hmm. Looks like the breakout failed again. If it's good enough for baby Jesus, it's good enough for the world economy. Looks like their entire economy is based on exporting sheep to the Middle East. and getting Italian and American and Brazilian mineral companies to fight for uranium extraction rights. What the fuck is yttrium? Oh, it's used in LEDs. Huh. How much do you think Google searches of how to close an underwater short vol position and what mean when bank is calling me have gone up today? A little bit. Puntland is a geological analog of Yemen. Where initial drilling has yielded oil. Hmm. Puntland? I got a call from the city where my property was today. They threatened to foreclose on the property because I underpaid my taxes by $6 accidentally. It's very irresponsible of you. Stock market today is the top Google search for the day. That's awesome. Did you say oil? I did. You know how you're Persian? Well, Persia is actually Iran, and you're not Iranian. So where do we go from here? I don't know. You'll just have to guess what I am. What would be your recommendation to someone with a small port trying to make money in a higher vol environment? Tighter stop losses? You can't do that. Tighter take profits? You could do that. Longer dated? Expensive. In the money, out of the money, at the money. Depends what you're targeting. Just reduce capital outlay. Verticals are really good as IV rises. Gherkin's a wizard and a shill. Thanks. Would your Patronus be a centaur? I don't think so. Maybe. I thought you didn't know what it was until you summoned it, and then you realized what it told you about yourself. We're gonna crash in September, huh? We could crash before that. Maybe. Oh no, my Patronus is Waluigi. My Patronus is a life-size Gherk. We can crash end of day. Is the T streaming platform gonna wreck Fubo? I doubt it. I don't think there's ever been a good time to go long IRNT. The only play I ever made on it was shorting the fuck out of it. Didn't they go out of business? Probably, I don't know. I don't read. I've never been out of business. Yeah, I didn't go out of business. I sold that to some moron. He went out of business, I think. Well, actually, I don't know. Probably went out of business. I don't own a I only own part of a daycare. Speaking of which, did I get paid by that? Hmm. Wait. What? What? How many stars does your daycare have on Google reviews? I don't know. You own a daycare? Why do you own that? I own part. No, I own part of a daycare because I invested in it. How's it a liability? What kind of daycare? I don't know. It's a fancy one. I don't know what they do there. I figured the promises of the margins looked really good. So far, they've been realized. And if I ever wanted to, I could go there and pick up single moms. Yeah, it's insane returns. They charge parents like $10,000 a month. Am I entitled to any premium daycare services as a pigeon whale? No. I have no issues with that thesis. That's not a daycare. That's robbery. No. They turn out like child geniuses. Right? It specifically caters to those people who think their children are special or are rich. I fell asleep during the last like financial presentation, but at one point they did tell us that the waiting list for next year has like 200 kids that aren't going to get in. So they're doing good and just charging people whatever the fuck they want. No, not like Down syndrome special. Time to raise prices. That's what I said. You should start charging people to be on the waiting list. Oh, they already do that. I don't deal with anybody. I don't deal. I just gave them like 12% of their startup costs. And they send me a check every quarter and sometimes invite me to things. There aren't any single moms paying for 10K a month for daycare. That's not true. New York's full of successful women. Also, I don't really care how single they are, particularly. My kid's about to turn 2. We've been on at least 10 waiting lists that we paid for since we found out she was pregnant. Wait, your kid's pregnant? You should use some punctuation in that sentence. I have not heard from a single one yet. Yep, that's how they get you. They literally just take your money and don't put you on any list. Yes. I'm still on a waiting list for my area's elite daycare. It's such a scam. It's just like kindergarten teachers. But like I guess the selling point is that they're credentialed teachers and child development specialists versus just people watching your toddler. So far, it's been awesome. I've made all my money back. And they're expanding. I worked for daycares in college. Everyone's just a college student. Probably. The overhead's really low. They sound like qualified professionals. I bet they get paid well. No. No, they don't. At least their salaries don't seem commensurate with the cost of living in New York City. I'm an award-winning teacher, and for $100 a month, I will call you every week and tell you your child is still on the waiting list. Almost bulls. We're getting a bit of a wedge. You can get in without a list pretty easily. You just need to deal with questions like, who are you, and how did you get in past the locked doors? I hate this business model so much because I'm paying for 2, soon to be 3 to attend. Ouch. Kind of impressive if we stay under 5350. I'll be a manny for 2K a week cash for these people. Let them save some money. I feel like if you're willing to do that, your lawyering's not going well. Are you okay, BMG? Do you need some referrals? I hate my choices. No. You're just trying to be a manny for divorcees or future divorcees. I know what you're up to. You're not fooling anybody. You're trying to go back to the Dan work. Does BMG speak Japanese? I don't know. I've spent like $85,000 on lawyers in the last 6 months. It can't be that bad. You just need to change your specialty. Get into securities law and charge people $1,500 an hour for a 20-minute consultation. And then never do any actual work because you're always too busy filling out fucking Basel III extensions for GSIBs. No, the work is awful. They don't do any work. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. You're not paying them enough to make them work for you. I know. I don't want to. It's absurd. I'm gonna pay somebody $100,000 retainer. How do you silent invest in a law firm? Well, you go to law school and you become an associate and you work your way up to junior partner. And you probably suck someone's dick and get senior partner after about 10 years. And then you can give them a bunch of money and get some ownership. Ding ding! The day is done. Hey, we closed under 5350. That's kind of impressive. So Bears kept it pushed down for the most part. That's not going to instill a lot of confidence over the weekend. Honestly, not that far off. Yeah, right? I feel like I was pretty close. All right, let's talk about the all-day bear flag. Well, it closed lower than its prior high. So, not a great look going into Monday. Although, yeah, not really anything, maybe. Boop. And that puts us at the end of the week right back at my low, which is fantastic. Also, look at my max range for futures from this morning. Can you believe I was off $2.25? I've failed you all. Anyway, commodities down again because everything's falling apart. Dollar way down, yields down even further. We didn't end the day with the 10 and the 2 uninverted, but they were uninverted earlier today. Correlation kind of calmed down a little bit after this morning's massive breakdown, but higher low there, and kind of turning around at the end of the day on the 1 month. So nobody's really pushing hard back into dispersion. Looks like things are more just stabilizing a bit. What did drop massively was the forward yield on volatility after vol spiked crazy fucking hard earlier today. And this flip is when the yield curve re-inverted. So we hit like a high of like 31.84% forward yields. Yield curve reinverted and fell back down. Closed the day still above the federal funds rate at 8.26%. Bond vol definitely way up alongside 3-month correlation, but 3-month correlation still relatively low. We haven't even hit the highs that we saw in the April correction. And we're still way off from like October 2023. So quite a long way to go to the downside. I mean, delta neutral's still, you know, 100, $200 out of the money. So not really in bearatory yet, but things are still pretty bearish. Tail risk hedging's continuing to pick up. It's also relatively high historically. So, I mean, definitely a while before we see people going majority long puts. But it is shifting. It is starting to drop. 57.85% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. And correlation between VIX, cash VIX is up, but not as high as it was earlier today. Closed the week actually at 79.68%. We could definitely see that continue to rise. We're getting very, very correlated very quickly. That's generally a good sign for volatility moving forward, and we're likely to stay in a higher volatility regime for a much longer period of time. We're also pricing in about 4 rate cuts by January of 2025, which means 0.5 rate cut in the September meeting and another 0.5 rate cut in the November meeting, which is a bit extreme, and maybe won't come to fruition. Anyway, that's where we're at. I'll see you guys for the Sunday stream at 12:30 p.m. on Sunday. I hope you all enjoy your weekend, and I hope you all killed it today. Thank you so much for tuning in. Later.